did it happen? 1 minute, wait. But why did this fellow got panic? is Kavita, the TA for your training program. I hope everybody is able to hear me loud and clear. If yes, may I get your confirmation as yes on the chat window, please? Thank you, San Saumya. Alright. Thanks for the confirmation. So, Sin welcomes you all to the today's session. So, let's go ahead and begin. So, I have our trainer Shubham online. So, let me quickly take a confirmation from him and pass on the access. Hey, welcome to the session.
Thank you, Kavita.
Yeah, Shubham. And Shubham, you're the presenter. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Morning to everybody. Hope you had a wonderful week. Let's start today's session. So basically, if what we were doing in the last session, we were actually building the basic concepts. Understood what central limit theorem is all about. How we can apply central limit theorem? So, with the help of a couple of toy examples, we understood what is and how to apply that. Art, we got into art. You need to estimate for the whole population. If you estimate for the whole population, how will you go about that? That's something we wanted to do. And that got into one problem, and we were actually solving that problem. Okay. So the problem, which kind of problem we can solve, and then we went to the solution. Solving that problem, we were a concept of standard normal distribution. No, to Delhi. Okay. Of you problem. Okay. So get going. Anything from previous session? basically understood a very basic thing, the normal distribution. Always convert that normal distribution into a standard normal distribution. So in elementary classes, I believe in this 8th and ninth standards, you must have learned about the shift of axes. Similar to that only. So we are doing at position. What mean we are keeping our mean here at the origin. That we are doing. Distribution mean is equal to 0 and that distribution is called a normal distribution. Talk in terms of x. The axis becomes x minus mu divided. So short we actually call it as z. We all discussed this thing that if we talk about the unit of z, z will think z unitless, and that when we to deal with multiple variables, and suppose we need to like clustering. We will be discussing what clustering is all about. Just will be of, not say, unit. Some variable will be of unit length. Some variables will be of unit variables. You will have having a different kind of units, and to combine those variables together or distance calculations. In that type of scenario, you stand your data. Your data. So these are the terminologies you use. You scale data. You use your data. So these kind of terminologies you use, and to do that, what you do, you use this function. So x minus mu by sigma to convert x into z. How will you do that? One variable as x1, another variable as x2, another variable as x3. Creating a few random numbers. Only understand how to do. Suppose there's enough data with you. Yes, suppose time, distance, the same. Just to distance, and it has some other unit. So it has a unit of hertz. Okay. We need to create the clusters from these three variables. You would standardize your data, and some in other senses as well. You need to standardize the data. So standardize x, so the value minus of these divide is a deviation. standard values, the values. This you can do for x2 and x3 as well. Or we have a very good function called escape function. Using escape function, you can do this thing directly without these kind of efforts. But if you it in Excel, you can use a standard deviation formula to derive the standard values. Anybody? To answer your question, why we do that? Since I'll be discussing this in clustering as well. Let me give you the background. So, as mentioned, suppose x1 is in the unit of time, in the unit of distance, and suppose in dollars. I will be discussing a cluster analysis. In cluster analysis, what you do, try to I mean to say, so, do you know what is segmentation? In strategy, has its importance. This is a step of marketing strategy. How many of you don't understand segmentation? Target and positioning. So step by step in marketing strategies, that you have segmentation step, and segmentation is done not only in marketing, it is done in many 4 years. So what we do in segmentation, suppose you want to launch a product you launch for different type of people. So if audience is of size 1 million, you will not be able to produce 1 million types of products. What to do? You would like to people, target audience have similar kind of needs and wants and desires, kind of priorities. So those people you club together into a cluster, in one segment. You create segments. Suppose you have decided that you will be coming with 4 variants of the products for 4 type of segment. So if you would like to see same kind of people, same kind of priorities, that's what you do in segmentation. Okay, so this is the data with respect to which you want to create the segments. So these are people. So you want to see whether 1 and 2 would do the same kind of behavior, would show the same kind of price, or whether 1 and 8 will show the same kind of behavior, same kind of priorities, same kind of not. So for doing that, what you do, you try to find out the distance between these points. To distance, you take these values as the coordinates. So you get of axis. First will be x1, second axis will be x2, and third axis will be x3. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 17. And the basic algorithm which goes behind clustering is the problem to data points, distance between two data points. If the distance between two points is really lesser, two points will tend to show really lesser variation. They want to show same kind of behavior. So you find between these points. So like this, I'll show you. If you are plotting one, suppose, how will you plot one? 72, 72, x1, x2 is 27. So the traditional plot, x is 64, x3 is 64. This you'll find out by purple lines from this point. This way one. So here you will plot rest 17 points, and you will find out the distance between different points. This is how you do in finding out the distance. So what I'm saying is 27, this 2, is it? It must not because very good internet connection. It must be your end. The problem at your end. Sorry for you 1 minute back. So I'll reiterate. Formula with you. But x1 x minus the mean of numbers mu, and I found out the standard deviation of these numbers. That's done. Okay. We do so we is change categorical variables into numeric variables. That's not a big deal. So we can always use null of data, and then we can do that. Let me quickly tell you the relevance cluster analysis. Separately dealing with cluster analysis. This is something which I wanted to handle here at this time. We have discussed it, and it will save our time over there as well. If I create the clusters, how will I go about that? I got all people x, y, z, x1, x2, and x3 plane. Okay. So if we talk about this one, will be 72, x2 is 27, and x3 will be 64. Okay. plotted in such a way that the value of x1 is this, x2 is this, x2 is this, and x3 is this, and then you that point. So the thing is, when these points and in different units, are in different units. So what we do, we try to standardize these axes so that same unit, which is unit, all the variables to make it good. Okay. If 3 variables, we will have a multiple dimensions. We might have 10 dimensions, 20 dimensions, 30 dimensions as well. That is not a big deal. But the population is of sample size. You are right. So everything is a different concept. We will be discussing. Okay. So let's keep the discussion about clustering for clustering session. I know it is very interesting and it is very important as well. Okay. No, we are converting into any of these three, converting it into something which has no unit to compare. Minus mu divided by sigma, x minus mu divided by sigma, it has no unit. Course. Okay. Let's go ahead. See here. Uh, we do this in the techniques like some other techniques there. Only in these techniques, when we find out the distance between 2 data points, when we got different objects, different people, then so we do this often. First to do this, we don't whenever we see x values, we don't find out z values right away. Since the standard normal distribution and that is why I discussed that thing. So just don't keep in your mind that you need to do it every time when you need to normalize your data. You are required to normalize your data whenever you are required to standardize your data, when you are required to scale your data, then only you do that. If you want a relation between all the axes, then we need to change the unit. The distance between data points, then we do that. Relationship we find out in regression as well, and we don't do this over there. I think some examples as well after this discussion. In the examples, you were not required. You will not required to stylize the data as such. Okay. This distribution, this is called standard normal distribution. A distribution which has mean equal to 2 and standard deviation equal to 1. That distribution is called normal distribution. And for normal distribution, we have a metric curve. Curve will be around axis. This is the probability density function axis. Okay, so the graph will be very similar on both sides of the axis. So if you'll see, if z as plus z, okay, distances, this distance and this distance will be same. This formula is equal to mu divided by sigma. Now what we can do. Sample means. Instead of this, you will have something like this, z is equal to a minus mu, and that becomes the standard deviation of the population divided by square root of n. It will be like this. Okay. And B to find out the value of mu. Try to estimate for the mean. How to find out mu? Cross multiply this equation. Equation will give you equal to minus z divided by root n. This on one side, other side, if you want to get, you will have to use the positive value of z. So basically, if we are finding out the interval estimate, we need to use this very basic formula. Here is n. Here is the sample size. N size. So you will be given a sample. From that sample, you can find out X will be sample mean. If you're talking about so X is the sample mean. Okay. Back to that problem and see whether we are able to solve that problem now or not. So problem we were discussing. Computer services company is planning to invest heavily in online television services. As a part of the decision, the company wants to estimate the average number of online shows a family of four which would watch per day. And we have a lot of discussion around this question. Random sample of n is equal to 100. So n will be 100 here. So root n will be 10. And the average number of shows viewed per day is 6.5. So let's see what all we have. This is 100. We have average number of shows viewed per day is 6.5. X bar, which is the average number of sample, is 6.5, which is given to you. The population standard deviation is 3.2, which is given to you, which is population standard deviation. You need to find out the value of mu. Consider a 95% confidence interval for the average number of online television shows watched by the entire population of family of four. Z is not given to you. You need to find out. And for that, if you see, the confidence interval is given to you. Mu is mu, Nikhil. Mu is the population mean. Here the sample, and sample we are is something which we need to find out. We are looking to estimate the value of population mean. Okay. Now we need to find out the value of Z, because rest all the things are given to us. Value of Z, we will use this equation that we have confidence interval with us. What is confidence interval? This is something we need to discuss. So call will actually help us find out the interval estimate. It is so first of all we will plot it on this is normal distribution. This is your 95%. This plus Z. This it 9 value of Z from here quickly. This we have been doing. What is it here? Anybody on? How can 0.9 minus 0.95? 0.95 is this area under the curve. That is the probability. I'm asking you to find out the value of Z. Z. we will use here? You, Nagesh. Correct, you are. If you are able to find out the area on the left of minus z, that will help you, because z or minus z, value of z, we will use to it. So thing that you like this, your distribution. In this normal distribution, if this area, this, and if this area is P, which is from the x left, in given the value of x, and we have solved many problems with the help of this formula. In given the value of x, you can use P norm, put the x, the value of its mean and standard deviation, and you get the value of P. Value of P given to you, and you need to find out the value of x. Use Q norm. Also works in the same fashion. You need to put value of and the deviation, and it will give you the value of x. That is how you go about. So in our scenario, if you see, yeah, this red shaded area. What is this area? This is a curve. What area in between is 0.95. Right? 5. It will be 0.5. 95% area you have in between. It is a vertical curve. So what area will have in the in these two tails? It's 5%. And this 5% will again be divided into two equal parts because it's a symmetrical curve. It's 5% each. So Mark was right, it will be 0.025. So the area is 0.025. So you can find out the value of z very easily. How will you find out the value of z? Z will be equal to 0.025. Then of mean is 1, deviation value is 0, and this will be the z. What is that? Z. It's 1. you are using in that you are using 0.025 0. The value is coming out to be 1. Change it. 0 and standard deviation is 1. Mean is 1. This is something we learned. Thank you. Q 0.025 1 minus 1.95. It's negative. We all can understand that hang on the of y-axis, so value will be negative. 1 point. Yes, you are right now. The value of z will be 0.96. It will be plus z. So this plus z directly, what you can do, 0.95, 0.025. It will like value. So what's saying? 0.95 plus 0.025 plus 0.1 is the result. And this region is 0.95. Symmetrical about this axis. If it is minus z, it will be plus z only. They found out 0.025. So obviously it will be positive of it. So 0.025 plus 0.95. If you put this formula, you will get the same answer, but is in positive sign. Could not understand. You have Z. Could not understand. Understand. You will find out once you have the value of Z. If you're not able to find out the value of Z, please let me know. Reference will be after this. So you collected the values of x bar, sigma, and Z as well. You will do that. Do you understand the calculation part? Used is the area lying in the left tail. Okay. For Ruchita and Lukesh, I will explain again very quickly. Yeah, the whole thing will be explained. It will be explained to you. From formula, we understood that mu is equal to Z divided by root n. This is we understood. In solving this problem, you will see the value of x bar is given to you. X bar is the of sigma, the population standard deviation is given to you. The of n is also given to you. The problem is with the value of z. To find the value of z, constant is given to you. Interval, find out the value of z. How? I showed that to you. So this standard normal distribution. You have z here. The 90th interval which I choose, the 95% confidence interval. From this area, you can find out these two values plus z. If find out the value of z only, this z. So if area is 0.95, the total area under the curve is 1. Thus, lying in these two tails will be 0.5. Sorry, 5%. Then the symmetrical curve area in 1 is 0.05 divided by 2. That will be 0.025. So 5 will be here on the left hand tail. 0.25 will be on the right tail, and in the middle it will be 0.95. This formula Q norm, if we put value of left tail, comma, mean, the standard normal distribution, the mean is 0. Normal distribution, the value of distribution is 1. That is put here, and I got the answer. Did you get your question? Kesh and Ruchita. Repetition part and all those things. Okay. Good. So now you have all the values. Could we find out the of population mean? The calculation part, and then come to the interpretation. So there's of population mean our one lower. With these two values, he says the value of population mean will lie between 5.87 to 7.12. Isco coming up with the same value. Let's do it now. Do it bar with sample mean. So you've taken the sample, okay, and the even number of shows viewed is 6.5. So sample mean. So let's call it x bar is equal to 6.5. Population is known to be 0.2. So 6.2. N is find out the values of mu, which is bar plus minus z into sigma divided by root n. So out say n mu 2. So mu will be equal to x. So let's start with plus sign first. X bar plus. Now z you need to find out. Z we have already understood. We can out using this function q norm. And is root of n. That will be your mu 2 x bar. These two values are oh, oh. So the value are lying between 5.87 to 7.12. Both of you are right. I get your responses. Let's come to the interpretation part. The thing we all have understood. Let me pick these quotes as well. Question. We used mu and sigma when mu 1 mu 0 and sigma is equal to 1 when mu 1. Yeah, finding out z. So that for standard normal distribution, mean and standard deviation is 1. So when finding out the value of z, we use that. Okay. Objective learning standard normal distribution was that only, because for standard normal distribution we already know the value of mean standard deviation, which is 0 and 1 respectively. Now interpreted what we have gotten. So this is a curve of sample means out this value mu. You need to run, Nikhil. You need to together. And we have so of mu we need to find out the population mean, something we don't don't know. Okay. Now, finding the point estimate, and instead of finding out this value, one value, what we doing and what is preferred or in the business to come up with the interval, not value. Trying to find out this interval, and this interval we need to keep 95% confidence. What is? Let me tell you. This 95%. One, two, where between 5 and 7 say. What I mean by confidence interval? This interval means 95% chances, 95% probability the population mean will lie between 5 and 7. Ask me how we died about this value, whether we should keep 95%, why we have kept it at 95%, why we have not kept it at 100%. So attempt to answer why has not confidence interval as 100%. Right. Yeah, you are right. So right. So we are estimating and we are keeping it at 100%. It simply means, what does it mean? 100% means you are taking in consideration all the values. So 100% means on the left hand side and all the values on the right hand side, because the total end of the curve is 100% only. Way it will consider all values. So you are estimating for some purpose. You just that you can, so people will laugh at you if you make a statement like this. So mathematically, uh, but if you talk and if you put result, people laugh at you. I can estimate the rain tomorrow, and it will be from infinity to infinity, and that I can say with 100%. They laugh at you. Okay, this is something which does not make any sense if you have 100% confidence interval. Understand this point? Okay. Let me this in a different way and explain you a bit on confidence interval. Let's do one thing. Let's move towards right hand side and some points towards the left hand side. in this way. 5%, let's keep it 99%. So if it 9%, which you saw when it was 95%. So if 5 and 7, so 5%. 8, 9%. For that, one side, one towards left, 99%, and suppose this is 99%. So 99% confidence interval. The value of 5 has decreased. Suppose it has become 2. And of 7 has increased now. So the value of the upper bound is say 9. Your confidence interval 95%, you are predicting it in this way that the average number of shows viewed by lie between 5 and 7, and that's saying with 95% confidence interval. You would always like to increase your confidence, which everybody wants. I agree with all of you. They want to increase the confidence interval, but here there are different trade-offs you need to care of. If you are increasing the confidence interval, the estimation is also increasing, and you need to make sure that the interval of estimation should make some business sense. So, I don't know if it is making a business sense or not, but it seems to be very hard. So, the confidence interval, you be careful. You need to be cautious about the of estimate as well. The estimate should not become nonsense. That sense to the business should be of use. You optimize in that way. It's about the different way. Vice versa. So, if you want to increase the preciseness, use sizeness, say you own the confidence level from 6 to 6.5. Appreciate that with very precise result. And suppose confidence is it 8%. People will not buy that. They will be happy once you will tell them that the mean is lying between 6 and 6.5. They will say that you have come up with a very precise result. The result is good. But tell them that you have only 80% confidence. They will buy point. So you have to play with this trade-off. And you have to consider the confidence interval in such a way that the interval estimate makes sense to people. Are you concept of confidence interval now? Not able to understand. Good. What about and any question? Very good. we accept solve problem. Yes, Nikhil. Conquest problem, we are saying that what we are doing here in conquest problem, we are trying to find out the estimate for online shows a family of 4 would watch per day. Okay, that we know. That what we have done, we have taken out a sample, and from that sample we want to get this value. Okay, to estimate this value, we on sample only. We prefer to go for interval estimate with the confidence interval of 95%. Say that the average number of shows, the average number of online shows a family of 4 would watch per day will be between 5 point something to 6 point something. Okay, and 95% confidence interval. That is something you can interpret. Sample of 100, I believe. Where did? Yeah, it did. Take the square root of the sample size. The sample size is 100. Square root as part of the formula to find out the values. If how many lie under 95%? How? What do you mean by this? How many lie under 95%? We have values of 100. 100 from the sample of 100, we are finding out the sample mean, and from sample mean and the confidence interval, relation standard deviation, we are finding the values of the population. How many 95%? I could not understand. Interval, to make it very simple for you, is T of the population between the given values of interval estimate. So in addition, basically they want to find out the value of mu1 and mu2. Mu1 and mu2, upper box of your interval, trying to find out the interval estimate. You make a statement that the number of online shows viewed per by a family of 4 lie between mu1 and mu2. That is something they will find out. When mu1 and mu2, you should always mention the probability. You mention your confidence between these two values. No one knows the future. You can't say this with 100% confidence. There is an error here. There is 5% probability that your answer is wrong. So you accepting it on own. You are accepting that your answer might be wrong in 5% of the cases, but it will be right in 90% of the cases. Okay, in cases one will lie between mu1 and mu2. In cases, it will lie between these two values. That is what you want to say. Am I making sense now? Okay. We have discussed a lot about this. I want you to further this formula. For the population, what we did, we x bar minus z into divided by root n. So your attention here for 1 minute. Look at formula. What we have in this formula to get out the value of mu. The sample mean, the value of z, we sigma, and we have n. What is sigma? It is the population standard deviation. What is n? It is the sample size. X bar the mean. Look at this formula and let me know. Problem in this formula, we actually go doing the calculations. So it's always easy in these type of toy examples. Everything will be given to you. Okay, a paragraph, and in that paragraph they will mention everything. Once you will get into the actual calculations, go on ground, the things will be different. So just get into the shoes of that analyst who is realizing this problem. Just get into the shoes of that person. The data you have collected and all those things. And we know the problem will face while applying this problem. Quickly. We face one problem here. This is not a problem as such. Sample size should be adequate. Yes, it is a problem, but definitely something which we have to take into the consideration. But I'm talking about this formula specifically. Callable sample size, these all things. Just decide. It is subjective. You can have a discussion, you can look at data set, and then you can find out what is the sample size and all those things. But here in this formula, we have something very so mention anything. Please mention what's difficult to find. Some people are saying sigma. Some people are saying n. Only 4 things here. So think why that's something difficult to find. So after this whole discussion, after a lot of after the whole time, one person has come up with the right answer. Kiran is right. Look at of Kiran and let me know whether you agree or not. Sigma is the popular standard deviation and it will not change with the samples. How can you do that? Right. If you look at this formula, what we are doing basically. You're right. So what we are doing here? Let the objective of this formula, the objective of the whole exercise. The population. Let's talk about this Comcast only. This question. We need to find out something for the whole population. As a part of the decision, you need to estimate the average number of online shows a family of 4 would watch per day. Okay, that you need to find out the population. It will be to reach millions and billions of families and ask question to them. It will be close to impossible for you. And that impossible task, when you took out a sample, you took a question, you a sample and you the population and let's see what we have. From the sample you will collect some data and from that data only you need to find something for the population. We can find out from that data. From that can we find out the value of x bar? From you can always find out the sample mean because it will be given to you. From it, you will ask this question: how many watch per day? They will give you some answer. So they will ask 200 families and you will get the responses, and those responses you off and that you the x bar. That is a difficult thing for you. Find out once you are decide that you go for you want to 95% confidence interval. Yes, I mentioned that it is a challenging thing. It depends on your business. You need to think through it, but it is something which is subjective. You can always figure out what confidence interval you should take along with you. That is 9%. 5% you can find out the value of Z. And it is a sample size. Again, sample size you might have to go for the discussion. The sample size. You might have all your constraints, time constraint, budget constraints, and all. But again, once the sample size is decided, it is not a deal for you. So size is 100 here. But look at the sigma. Silently, it has been mentioned here that population standard deviation is known to be 3.2. So we mentioned a statement which is something global to fetch out. So which we don't know, how we find out, how we calculate the deviation of that population. So some way to find out the standard deviation of the population. Why find out the mean then? When you're able to understand this point. Limit theorem, average of standard is the same for the whole population. Benthel limit theorem, average standard of all the samples. What central limit theorem was? was about the distribution of the sample means. And what he said, the distribution of sample means will be equal to the population mean, and standard deviation will be the standard deviation of population by the square root of n. Something which was mentioned by central limit theorem. That's okay. Here, different. This is the problem. So Z distribution using standard normal distribution to find out this value. This problem. To have understanding of the standard deviation of the population, then only you can find that out. Now, how you can find that out? There is no way to find the standard deviation of the population, because you don't know about that. What you can do, you can find out this value from the kind of populations past, okay, for census results, okay, that's to fair value of sigma. But you understand that this way of calculation might mislead us, give some results which are not actual. It is so we have basically understood that this is not the best way to estimate. You use it for any mathematical purposes, but for estimation, using the standard deviation of population, then the best way. How many not understand now? I will and I will re-explain it. Very good. To grapple with this problem, to get issue, we usually use distribution. So I want to introduce here is introduce you with student distribution. You find out the history and all, why it is called student distribution. I don't want to get into all those things. I want to get into the point of concern right away, and you know how you can use to find this out. Distribution is similar to Z distribution. You. So this is instead me show a comparative graph of both. Distribution is like this. Set the standard normal distribution. That distribution would look distribution. With the help of T distribution, you will be able to get off two problems. This problem was about the population standard deviation. Here you don't need population standard deviation. You need standard deviation, which you can easily fetch out from the sample. So it will solve you in this way. Second problem, when distribution. If you they hue and cry about about the sample size, the sample should be adequate. Hue and cry, because distribution can be when you have a very good sample size. This in realms it has come up with huge sample size. Those distribution produce a very robust outcomes. So distribution is more robust if you have less sample size. So if your sample size is a big sample, you are triple size, you see distribution for the most robust outcomes. So you can only the deviation of the sample and it's a mean that. So you say that it uses only the standard deviation of the sample, and it always gives you results. It gives you very robust results. Size is not big. You include a factor here. You need two more factor here. One more statistical parameter here that is called degrees of freedom. Degree of freedom. Degree of freedom. Heard about degrees of freedom? Any ideas of freedom? Okay. Ananta Krishna. How to handle data quality if we have huge data set? That in discussion altogether. How do we handle the data quality? How we ensure that the quality of the data is good enough? And a discussion. Those processes which help us to have the real data. So this is a different issue. Okay. Freedom, let me tell you, you might have heard about degrees of freedom in thermodynamics if you have learned physics in dynamics as well. You have this concept of degrees of freedom. We discuss about the sum of different atoms in a molecule, atomic molecule for triatomic molecule for monatomic molecule. How different atoms are free to rotate, free to move, collect. No problem if you're not able to collect. Let you. The concept is the same. I'll go the concept, and I will not be discussing too much into degrees of freedom because it is a area and required for us because we have a wonderful tool with us. Well, you might have learned it, yes, Nagesh. So let me give you the idea how freedom up. So let's take three variables x1, x and 3. Put one constraint on these three variables. So x1, x2, and x3. Let me by xi. X belongs to R. R is a real numbers. Okay. So x2, x3, these are they all the three belong to the real number set, and the sum of these three is equal to 200. How many number of values how many values can x1 assume? So we are x1, x and x3 are yet to be decided. Values x1 can assume. Sita and Ajay, all are saying infinite, Bill saying 200. Okay, people who are uh, said or 2 minus x2 minus x3 or 1, these people are coming up with these numbers only because of one thing, because they are not sure the number. Otherwise, Ankita, Martin, and Ajay, all the three are right. So, this is a real number. But that can be plotted on a number line. Yes. Let me quickly tell you, these kind of problems you will face in programming as well. I have some people here from past batches as well. They must have seen these kind of problems occurring. So I will quickly let you know a few things. Three I will tell you. Those things you keep mistakes about. Let me clarify those three things. First thing is, what is a real number? So numbers can be divided into two parts. An imaginary number. Numbers which state on the real any value minus infinity to plus infinity, any those, okay, and imaginary numbers are those which have a comp minus 1. This is termed as iota, which is represented by I. So there's no concern here at this point. We are concerned only about the real number. So real number can have any value. Minus 10, 10.5, minus 10.6, minus 8, minus 0.5, plus 8.5, 0, anything. All those numbers are real numbers. Okay. So with integers. What integers? Instead of asking you, I will quickly tell you. Integers are 10 minus 9 minus 8 dot range until infinity. On which are fractions. Then plus 1, plus 2, plus 3. All the non-fraction values are your integers. Natural numbers are from 1 to all those integers. Zero and negative numbers are natural numbers. Whole are those numbers which include 0 as well with natural numbers. So 0, 1, 2, 3, these are whole numbers. If you are clear now with the basic things. Talk about x1. X1 can assume any value which you have x2 and x3 to take care of the division part. Okay. At this point, let me tell you two more things which people confuse, which will actually can relate, and somehow I have seen more lot of mistakes with. Thing is, that's value. What will be the square root of 9? People do this. The square root of 9 quickly. A lot of time, but yes, it is very, very important. Three. Let's see options. Okay, then it's it. Yes. Good. Good. See always. Okay. At that point, I must have discussed. So it will always be plus 3. So if discussed it, then nothing like that. Because this is something which I never planned to discuss, but whenever I see these kind of issues, then I it. Okay. Then discussed about the infinity as well. The third thing I wanted to discuss. Good. Okay. So let's come back to this point. You can assume any value of a line. Values can x2 assume, if x1. So x1, how many values can x2 assume? Yes. Everybody will come up with the right answer because now you are clear with what is a real number. So x2 can again assume x2 both are fixed. X6 also fixed. How many values x3 can assume? So now you can understand the issue is with the basic concept only. Now if you know what is the real number, you can always give the right answer. So if x1 and x2 both are fixed, and you need to meet this constraint that the sum of these three numbers should be equal to 200, then you have no option left for x3. If x2 are fixed, then you have only one option for x3, which is 1. So what's 3? There will be one value of x3 that will be equal to minus the fixed values of x1. So the situation, degrees of freedom, you have only 2. You have 2 values to go about as the freedom is concerned. The third value, you don't have the freedom. The third value automatically becomes fixed if first value you around and you have fixed those 2 values. Okay, so you go about degrees of freedom, and degrees of freedom will be n minus 1 in most of the cases. Okay, now see how we can solve the question with the help of this. All good. Hear me. Thank you. So you need to here as well. I've already learned Z distribution. In Z distribution, we learned P norm function. The X is given to you, and you need to find out the value of probability. Then you use P norm. In this case, we use PT. Okay. So things like very simple for you. In Q norm, you use QT. By QT. So instead we will be using QT. So distribution, to mention mean and all, you only to mention Q and the degree of freedom, which will be n minus 1 in most of the cases. D is equal to. Only these two things you need to mention. And in PT, mention the X and degrees of freedom. That's it. Equal to whatever degrees of freedom are. Very simple these two formulae are. And these formulae are used for orientation, solution, know this area, this small p probability value, and you need to find out the value of X. You will use QT, value of X, and you need to find out the value of P. You will use PT. X set only, so it will be minus T, and on the right hand side you will have plus T. These are very simple formulae you need to use. A basic formula is concerned, which used here. In that there is only one change. Is can be X r minus mu dy. Now is sigma divided by root n, where is the standard deviation of sample. It is more the standard deviation of population. So if you take out the value of mu from this equation, it's bar yes to s root n. Now, okay, with knowledge, can you give this question? A contain list. Sure. So formula it will be t, and mention the probability value. So in this scenario we saw that is 0.025. Okay, we mentioned 0 and 1. We need not mention anything. We only need to mention degrees of freedom. So say 100. Just 100. The degrees of freedom will be 99. So you make like this, and the probability value. And for this particular problem, you need to actually solve it. If you look at the formula, x plus minus t into x divided by root n, you can take it down. Okay, has come up with this answer. Answer to this question. Answer. Value lies between 8.57 to 12.16. Thanks, Aditya. Any okay. But all we have here, so value of 2 again. Only is Q norm, it is QT now. It is only so we find out the values of S, N, and R. R here in this case is equal to analyst wants to estimate the average return on a certain stock. The random sample of 15 days. So sample n is equal to as 50 is given as 0.37. From this sample, we have found out this value. And the deviation of the sample S is given as in would put 0.025 and EF is equal to 14 and this is 843 to 12.30. Formula if to let me know how many of you are not able to understand. I will explain it again. No explanation. We understood from that discussion that the freedom will be n minus 1. So we have n is equal to 15. So degree of freedom will be 14. If S, what is S? The between the last question and this question, the difference. Here's question, in the previous question, you say standard deviation is known to be. The patient standard deviation was given to you. In this question, if you see, the stock market analyst wants to estimate the average return on a certain stock. A random sample of 15 days yield average return bar 10.7 and a standard deviation. So it is a sample. That's only difference between the two questions. Okay. Manual step. Have this formula with you. Formula, the value of mu you need to find out. X is given to you. X is given to you as is 10.37. Deviation of the sample is to you and given to you 15 it is. Find out the value of t. Value of t we will get into distribution. Intuition. Plot 95% confidence interval. Again this discussion. Then this point to again be 0.025 and tail. Now find out this value. This is minus t and t. If in t 0.025, t would equal to q qt 0.025 dim is equal to 14. It's coming out to be minus 2.14. So this 2.14, and on the right hand side it will be plus 2.14. Value of t we can put here to find out the value of mu. Ankita, you get the answer to your question? Or anything else? Degree we have discussed that it will be n minus 1. Size is 15 here, so the degrees of freedom will be 14. Okay. Is it? Thank you. It's t. So to find of t we have discussed we can use qt. In qt we'll put the value of this area from the left, which is in the left tail, is p 0.025. Freedom is 14. Diff is equal to 14. You got it? It can also be done using your value of a t table. In each and every book, at the back, in statistical books, at the back you have these values of t table, t value and p value and degrees of freedom. If you will put in that table, that will give you the value of this. Or you can do it mathematically as well. You need to know the equation of this t curve. If you know the equation of this t curve, you can always find out the area under the curve using the integration. Integrate from minus infinity until this t. Any question? So wonderfully placed right now. We all have understood how to estimate. Estimation part we have understood. Essentially, statistics, something very important. You all have that this uh, one. You can always look into that. Yeah, let's break Iscaria. Let's break for 10 minutes and then we will start off with uh, suggesting a wonderful concept and a very important issue to discuss, which is used in many business situations. So let's meet after 10 minutes. Okay, a cup of coffee and come back. Thank you. Chris from everybody. If you're good. Get off. 145. Good. I have pasted here a couple of links. I have pasted which I believe I shared in the last session as well of book. I don't get any the publisher of this book, but really I like this book, and that's why I'm advising you for this book. Other books also there, so there is no uh, professional inclination towards this book from my side. Uh, this book pretty good. With temporary this base, you can buy it from Amazon. Another I also must have mentioned book is called uh, Statistics for Management by Levin and Rubin. So if somebody is very new, it's an awesome book. Actually, I learned from this book only. Years back, I learned from this book only. It is called Levin and Rubin. Statistical concepts you can learn from this book. And there's another book called Business Statistics for Managers by Ken Black. So refer any of these three books, but my personal preference is this book, and you will find some of my examples over there as well. Which many academic institutions they follow. This book on Amazon.com as well if you are residing outside India. The Complete Business Statistics. Okay. Second, uh, people have some confusions around estimation thing. So let's do one example. Let's take the example house case study. Not on the screen right now. So people must be having this file. I believe most of you must be having. If people don't have this file, you can download it from this link. And now the problem statement is you need to estimate prices under New York prices of given to you, and now you need to come up with the estimate of the population. Okay, 25% confidence interval. The same is given to you in this data, and to find that out. So this is a real life problem that you can solve. So I want you to quick get into this problem and solve it. Statement. Yeah, the problem is to estimate the house prices of New York City. So the problem statement, you need to find out the house prices. You need to find an estimate of the price houses near New York suburb. Get information to find this out. You actually look for a sample. You actually took of let's see what is the size. So that with you, I believe there are around. Just a moment. You have 1047. So 147 houses have been built. Is to you form of the CSV file. Okay, sample you need to estimate for the population. So the population is all the houses of New York City suburb. I mean, I have given you the problem answer. Yeah. Uh, More if the problem any confusion, you can keep asking me. Never to ask any question. Is uh, it was easy to understand, but so you're not able to relate. So you want to estimate for the house prices in New York. So in the New York City suburb, prices basically you need to find out uh, it is near suburb. Okay, so basically come up with the answer something like this: the price of uh, area New York City will be between x1 to x2, and you can say with 95% confidence interval. This to get a statement you need to make about the houses of uh, houses which are located near New York City of suburb. Okay, so for that sake, why any other city be mentioned here? I told the sample from city suburb only. Okay, that because you can't visit and you won't be able to answer for all the okay. So you did, you took out a sample. You took a sample of around 1047 houses, and from those houses you need to make statement for the whole population. You need to make statement for the generic statement. Understand now, Ankita? Good. So this is a very real life problem. you this problem you need to keep in your mind when I will discuss regression as well. So you need to consider only one variable, which is size. You need not to look for other variables. I'm anything. I want you to work and come up with an answer very quickly so that start speaking and explaining. It's a one for me. Jyoth has come up with the answer. I come up with the answer, but the answers are different. If Arya has the same result, okay. I believe you people are taking 95% confidence interval. Good. He has also come up with the answer, and the Nash has the answer 159. So that's a very similar. Good. Wait. More 30 more seconds. Because what percentage 30 people on 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people are come up with answers. But and will not do it if not. So people create a lot of hue and cry about fun practice. They said the train is not on exercises and all. And then I'm asking you for that, you're not responding. Well, actually, you know, you in the coming classes, if you have to do the hands-on. So if you're in the class, maybe uh, if you are doing after the class, but please do it. Because it's not that easy that you can survive only sitting on your couch and listening to me. I'm really concerned about your progress, your careers. Uh, I need to progress as a trainer and uh, simply to progress as a training institute. You also need to progress this. Otherwise, in the long term, we'll be the failure and you will be the failure. So it should be a win-win situation for both the parties. Okay. So Ken has also come up with the answer. Good. So let's do it. So with us, this bill is for 1047 houses. From sample, I need to make a generic statement about the house prices near New York City. Okay, thing which you keep doing actually. This is what we did in the stock prices case. This is what we do when we talk sales, when we talk about any health issue, these kind of things. We get a sample, and from that sample, we estimate the population, and we make a generic statement. So, first of all, we have to import file into our R environment. Yeah, I import. So just a moment. Yeah. You have this. You have a table called price, living area, bathrooms, bedrooms, lot size, age, and fireplace. You have different options here. You need to for the population. I better go for only T distribution. So you basically need to type of formula. That's it. In confidence interval, and don't expect me to go through that T distribution graph and explain you 0.025 how we get to 0.25. And if you actually could not understand, ask me again. I'll get to that. Degree freedom. What will be the degrees of freedom here? One. How many degrees of freedom are there? 4, 7 observations are here. 0, 4, 6. You all right. Wonderful. 4, 6. To find out, and you need to find out. So, data dot price my data dot price. Finally, it is N 1047. One 59.6 to this. Let me see whether people write wrong. You all right. And Shushmita, Nagesh, Aditya, you all were right. Wonderful. So people who are solving it, they are getting to right answers. function we discussed? He asked me. 107. Yeah. So what you can replace it with the formula only. Any so this given you the idea of how we do it in real life. Get a and from sample how we estimate for the population. If you want to explain it, any I can explain it to you. %. It is not 0.25, it is 0.025. If it's 80%, there will be 20% area lying in both the tails and 10% area lying in one tail. Okay, so point will be with 0.025 like this. So this is 80%. This is 80%. Then in the two tails will be 20%. So 1% will lay in each tail. So in 0.025, you will have 0.10. Problem in the estimation part. Go ahead. As I discussed before the break, we need to understand a wonderful concept of hypothesis testing. Used Akhil has a question. This figure that we got gives that 95% of them prefer this price rate. Prefer. So I really don't understand the preference here. Okay. So there is no preference as such. Okay. But okay, what the question is asking you to come with a generic statement, come up with an interval where the houses are lying. You will mention that the house prices will lie between mu1 and mu2 with a confidence interval of 95%. Okay. Or it's, if you go for any house, any random house, and if you check the price will lie between these two values, and that you can say with 95% confidence interval. Uh, 95% of New York City prices range in that interval. This is a statement. This is a statement. That this you can find out by going through all the houses. Estimation part. When you are set, if you'll pick house, there are 95% chances that the price of that house will lie between these two values. The statement which you are mentioning is a straightforward statement that you choose house prices, and you will find 95% of the house prices that are lying between these two values. It is not certainty. Yeah, you are right now. You just give. Okay. I hope everybody is clear. Thanks for asking a question. So keep asking questions. You think it is silly, or because nothing is, no question is silly, because we all are learning. Answering your question, I might come up with something which is useful for everybody. Okay, so highly appreciate you people when you ask questions. Please, thank Nikhil for asking the question. Okay, let's come to the concept of hypothesis testing. Hypothesis and why we test the hypothesis, these kind of things are very important to understand. To understand the concept, put forth one business problem, one video which actually I grappled with. I came up with the analysis which led company to take a big decision. Share that problem with you. So I work with within an industry which is called payment industry, and we have credit cards, cash cards, travel cards. Okay, and uh, I mean to say the company I work for, the leaders in terms of so a few questions in terms of business so that you can also understand this business. In card industry, what model, how people generate revenue. So there are many streams of revenue in the credit card. So we all have credit cards, I believe. So how a credit company makes money? Major from saying interest. Ankita is saying interest. Sagar Gupta is saying transaction rate, retail action, interest, charges. Okay. Services. Okay. Market discount. Okay, good. Other responses: charges, annual fees, late payment, merchant fees. Nikhil has come up with uh, late payment. Let me tell you the major portion rate. Yes, count rate, also called as interchange rate, interchange fees. That is source of revenue for any credit card company. Interest, the layman charges, annual, well, those have a part to play the revenue, but the major portion comes from the discount rate, discount revenue. I mean, some banks it is called interchange revenue as well, interchange fees as well. As it is all called as merchant fees. So the 2.5% or 2%, some companies charge lesser than that, 1.5. It's merchant to merchant. Interchange fees, or what is discount revenue, discount rate, let me tell you. So when you swipe the card on, which is called POS machine, swipe the card and you transact for amount say 100, okay, is given on 97.5 rupees. So 5 can be 98.5 as well. So this rate depends merchant to merchant, from acquirer, from different banks. So it depends. But there is amount which by credit card company, to make simple for you. Otherwise, not this simple. Okay. So that's your discount revenue. Really, the revenue comes from the merchants, from the for the card company. They are the main customers. So I'm talking about. So in credit card industry, you have B2C as well as B2B. So B2B is your merchant to credit company, one-to-one relationship, and B2C, if you talk about, is end customer and the credit company. Okay, so B2C. Since the merchants are our main customers because they give us the revenue, we need to take care of their issues, their problems, their grievances very well. Otherwise, we will not the revenues. Okay, the cards there is a discount revenue. Okay, so let me come to the point of concern. So basically, grievances, their issues, their problems. Uh, for that, we want them satisfy all the time. So my company, we run one day every 6 months. So period of 1 year, we run 2 surveys to understand the satisfaction level of merchants. That survey is called NPS survey, Net Promoter Score survey, NPS survey. It's, uh, you also participate into after the session. Once you the session on your brother, there is one survey appears, and you need to fill different. You need to responses for different questions. The last question is your NPS question. I need to give the score from 1 to 10, 10 highest, 1 being lowest. Okay. How you are with the Simply Learn, and how likely you are to recommend Simply Learn to your acquaintances, your family, your friend, your colleagues. Okay, that is something was about NPS situation. So, based our customers for different grievance redressal for different other issues through channels. I'll talk about only two channels. One channel is face to face. The other channel is teleconversation. So this is the marketing channel and NPS scores. Okay. This is we in our mind that face-to-face discussions are important, and we need to keep visiting merchants' premise. Basically, need to keep talking, and communication has more effectively when visit the person. That was the hypothesis we had in our minds. To check this hypothesis, so this was never checked before. Uh, so that few causes which thing checked from APS scores whether there is a significant difference between satisfaction scores of those people who have been visited very frequently face to face and those who have always been contacted through telephone, through communication. Hypothesis. And we check this hypothesis on the data. How we do that, those all things will come later on. First, we need to understand why we do that. So, I have different NPS score 2, 1, some people will give 5, 6. This problem, this testing would have been very difficult if we would not have gotten this kind of data. From this data, we check hypothesis, and what we got, there is no difference. There is no significant difference between NPS scores of those people who visited face to face and then the people who were contacted always through telecommunication. Say this to be a big uh, out for the business. Can you how so important? Why I am making a big deal about it? Yogesh. This actually directly hit the cost factor. How many and the problem statement? You with the hypothesis testing and the life case. Actually, I do this in the month of February. So, able to understand this issue? If you're not able to understand, I will reiterate, because this will actually uh, build foundation for analysis for further drill down. So, if you are able to understand the problem statement. The problem statement was to check the hypothesis whether field visits are more important than telephonic conversation or not. That was put, and that's because we invest a lot of money in face-to-face visits. Face-to-face visits are actually cost-consuming. So, nobody nowadays looks for the cost. Visits out to be not very different from telephonic conversation, because all that matters is the satisfaction level of the customers. If satisfaction level of the customers, in both the cases, in both the marketing channels, why at all we will invest huge amount of money in face-to-face visits, because your employees visiting to the premise of the merchant, it will cost you a lot of money rather than just dialing him. Okay, so the result actually. So premise, we go for hypothesis testing. Problem again. Once we will understand, once we will develop the understanding of samples and all. So let's of hypothesis testing, and very specific now. Uh, in this problem, here we have the prices. In a statement, I'll be coming to that point only. So I know one methodology which I suggest my junior trainers to follow as well. When you are teaching students, different manner. When you teach professors, you teach in a different manner. So when you teach students, you start with ABCD, then you go for combining two other than three letters together, and then you go for that. And when you are training the professionals, you have to start with why. You start with why at all you are learning this. Then people take the interest and they get motivated enough to the mathematics. Otherwise, if I start with the mathematics, it will be difficult for people to actually generate interest. So why has so I'm discussing my part. So after why, I'll be getting into how, what kind of things. So price here. So one problem I discussed with you. Uh, let's another problem. Uh, there is a of prices. You must know things in your organization. People make a statement. Is that New York City will be uh, 16790. It will be more than this value. So, and it is more than that, then only, and that action can be anything. Statement, and you need to check that. But for that, you need that. You have sample with you, and on this sample you can check that.
Participants, I would request you to kindly help us with couple of minutes. Trainer Shubham is rejoining the session. Just give us a moment. Sorry, just lost the connectivity. Sorry about that.
About I'm sorry. The network. was discussing about hypothesis testing. Discussed one example. Second example I was discussing, which somebody is statement that the house price New York City will always be more than value, more than 6,790. This statement somebody is making. You always like to check these statements. If you look at these two problems, you'll see one difference. Between the number of samples. So if you look at this problem with this price thing, if you have a statement that the house price near New York City will be between will be more than 16,790. This statement which you want to check only on one sample. This is one sample you want to check on this sample, which I discussed before. That PS problem. If you look at that problem now, in that problem you had two samples. One sample you had, which was of those people contacted through telephone, and another sample you had of people who have been contacted through face-to-face communication. So this problem was for two samples, and this problem is for one sample. So test basically will be doing hypothesis testing. Will be doing so. Teach can be done in one as well as in two samples. Now, which test will go for? Why will go for that test? Why those kind of questions will now be answered. So clear that hypothesis testing its significance in the business scenarios. Now, you must understood here at this point that when you're talking in English, you can make end of statements. You can use any adjective. You can use some flamboyant language, and that statement will vary from person to person. But you are making it as a mathematical problem. You have to be very explicit while mentioning it. To be very explicit, and for other mathematical purposes as well, which we'll be learning later on, we actually create a hypothesis statement very explicitly. Hypothesis statement is created using two lines. One called null hypothesis, and another line is called alt hypothesis. So one line is null hypothesis, another line is alternate hypothesis. These two lines we mention very explicitly as a to check. So this problem statement is meant in the form of these two lines. First is null hypothesis, another line is alt hypothesis. It is represented in this form only: null hypothesis H naught and AS alternate hypothesis. Okay. Any far? Explain you further what these are and how to go about these two. Before, if you have any question. Okay, good. Because this is the starting and people starting confusions from here only. What null hypothesis is? Another statement, another hypothesis. Two we have seen. Third I am putting forth. So you want to retail store, brick and mortar retail store at a location. Okay, you want a new business over there. You want to start a new retail store. You'd have some Has some assumptions in your mind which you always like to check. Okay. The assumption, the first hypothesis you have in your mind is uh, fall per day in your retail store would always be more than 5,000. It would be more than 5,000 is in your mind when you have a plan to open a store at, at, a location, at that location. It is less than 1,000. Intention to actually go and start that. So the hypothesis you want to check, that is whether the footfall in the retail store is more than 5,000 or not. That is the hypothesis, that's the assumption you want to check. How about that? That assumption you need to the hypothesis statement which I asked you, which I suggested you to in two statements, null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. So what you write in null hypothesis and what you write in alternate hypothesis is something we need to understand. Null hypothesis, we always mention the status quo. So this is we always mention the status quo. It can also be as no condition. So in this we always mention no go condition. Hypothesis, we always mention go condition. Action. Combined both statements me see. What is so no has been there in the past, that is your status quo change. Okay. uh, you can search the dictionary, but the meaning is has been in the past, you are in that thing. If you are carrying out the policies which have been in the past, in the future, well, then you always make a statement that you are carrying the status quo. There is change. Okay. So that status quo and no change. Yeah. And these statements together are anybody? What is me? Mutually exclusive, mutually exhaustive. Mutually exclusive, exhaustive. Oh, oh. Moment. Stop responding. So just a moment. Particular scenario. Okay, null hypothesis and what would be alternate hypothesis? be able to form once we will understand what is MECE. So I told you, yeah, I'm sharing the Excel. But so MECE exclusive. I mean to say null and alternate hypothesis. These statements are not overlapping. There is no overlap between two statements. Is it? Say MECE, me exclusive, and mutually exclusive, collectively exhaustive. Mutually exclusive, collectively exclusive and collectively exhaustive. H naught and hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. These two statements have no overlaps. These two statements have no overlaps. It simply means mutually exclusive. Collectively exhaustive means in the two statements you don't have anything else to discuss. It's in that domain. That is called mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. Now for this problem statement, or the problem statement of as MECE, good. In this statement, we are saying that the footfall will be more than 5,000. We go out writing H naught and HA. As I mentioned, it is a status quo. So with the but not in terms of mean mu 5,000. That's not status quo is only, and it's more than 5,000 is something which make you do no action. No condition is less than 5,000 or not. I would also like to mention that you always make a statement about the population in of hypothesis testing statement. You just test for the population. You don't test for the sample. With the help of the sample, you test for the population. So you always make the statement for the population parameters. You always mention the population parameters. So H naught, we are mentioning less than 5,000. H are mentioning more than 5,000. There's a reason behind that. We learned this thing that H naught, which is null hypothesis, should contain that statement with status quo, which is a no-go condition. And 5, I mentioned, we actually want to check this number. If the footfall in the retail store is more 5,000 per day, footfall, it's a footfall. People come in your store per day. If the footfall is more than 4,000, then only you have any action. You go for building that retail store. Other will not build the retail store. So you hypothesis. Thousand is so the question is not about defining 5,000. The question is about checking that statement. So this is how you set up the hypothesis. Good. Setting up this hypothesis. Good. On this, we define this 5,000. We get this 5,000. Any rule for that? No. There's rule as such. As I mentioned, always get into these kind of scenarios where people come up with their experiences. Tell you how that person must have gotten this number. I'll tell you about that. So Ankita and Lokesh, I'll tell you how have gotten. Yeah, scenario. I'll tell you how that person must have reached this number. He have the idea about the profits. He must have the idea about his costs. Must have gone into the calculations of a break. Look and Ankita, break when your profit and loss, your cost, when you profit no loss situation at point. He must have done some break-even analysis, and from that break-even analysis, he must have reached this 5,000. That the minimum footfall in the store should be 5,000. If it is less than 5,000, there is no point of store over there. Okay. So this is how you reach these kind of numbers, and you then these numbers on data. You got very nice. Okay. So this is how you set up the null hypothesis. This is how you set up the alternate hypothesis. Now, how would you check that? How to checking that? So you will some methodology. You will look for some evidence. So basically, you will look for some evidence that evidence will help you to either hypothesis or accept the null hypothesis. If you want some action to be done, you have to reject the null hypothesis. Okay, so you need to find out evidence from the data which will help you to reject the null hypothesis. Then you will be able to accept the alternate hypothesis and go for the action. And here in this case, you will have to hypothesis in order to open a retail store. Okay, and do with the help of some sample data only. Okay. Nobody had in the future. We all agreed to that. If you get the null hypothesis, you will do some error. You are reaching the null hypothesis. It means that you are confirming that the footfall will be more than 5,000. It might not be the case. In reality, the future, and anything can happen in the future. So you will click some error. Okay. On the you don't reject the null hypothesis. You accept the null hypothesis, but actually, in reality, you're doing the mistake. It is actually false. You've been committing some error. Two types of error. I'll create grid here. Here we have reality. Here have our decision. Our sample data. What we can take. We or reject only decisions we can take. So either be to accept the null hypothesis or our decision can be to reject the null hypothesis. There may be decisions. Maybe true. And not maybe false. Not maybe true, it's not maybe false as well. So now let's see we have the issues. So if we accept the null hypothesis, it's not is true. Error. We don't have any problem. Happy. Reject the Nash knot. We are rejecting the null hypothesis and Nash knot is false. Then we are happy. But null hypothesis. We accept the null hypothesis. The average footfall would be less than 5,000 and false. Actually, the fall is more than 5,000. He should and build store. Then it is an error. That is a concern. This it is called type 2 error. And again, you have the error. Rejecting the null hypothesis when actually it is true. You are rejecting it. You have said the footfall is not than 5,000. It is actually more 5,000. You are rejecting the null hypothesis and going and you are betting that store. When you found the reality was less than 5,000. And it is called type 1 error. The null hypothesis, when actually it is true, it is called null hypothesis. So when you are going for any action, uh, let's whenever you are going for any action, it simply means that rejecting the null hypothesis. Okay, it says that you are going action. It simply means that you are rejecting the null hypothesis, and if it comes to be true, in reality, if it is true, then committing a type 1 error. So when you are going for any action, the risk you are taking that triggered by type 1 error. So errors have their own consequences. Changes, it depends from business to business, from scenario to scenario. Okay, so you are in something, you have to take any decision where you need to a lot of competition. The fierce competition you need to face. You are not going for any action. You are not going for any investment. Actually required. Then you have to error, and you might lose a lot of market share because of that. So error will be very dangerous in that situation. To be honest, more people at the go will say that one error is more dangerous because they have their mind that change is always dangerous. Make is also dangerous. Status quo. If not going, uh, not following actually temporary practices, you are actually making loss for yourself. You will be no relevant. So the very much related to our social life as well. That if we are not making change, we are, if we have enough education pattern, we are safe. No, it is not like that. We for the changes. There will be some error. There will be some risk involved in that. Okay. If going for the change, there will be type 1 error involved, type 1 type of risk involved. If we are not going for change, if this is and actually required to change, then they are carrying type 2 error. In both the situations, we have to carry some risk. So if we are standing still at the same position, we are carrying the error. If we are carrying some error. This error is something we need to look for. This important factor. How many of you have any trouble understanding these two errors? I explain it in a different manner, not ethically. Go nice. So please quickly let me know if you have not understood. I will reiterate. Otherwise, I have 20 minutes to go. I will complete the concept of hypothesis testing so that we can get into the questions. Wonderful. Okay. So now understood the whole scenario. Hard. What we do, how we do. Let's only. Right here. This is mu ln k. Rate is more than 5k. Okay. Due to sample. Okay. From that sample, you get the mean. Mean and sample mean came out to be 1. Please understand these concepts. I highly appreciate you all that you are able to understand these concepts, and I'm giving it a lot of time because let me be very frankly, people don't understand these basic things, and then they complain that analytics is very difficult. Basic things will help you to learn some very complicated issues. If you'll focus on these things, advanced things will be very easy for you. And bar came out to be 5001. Be your decision whether you will reject the null hypothesis or accept the null hypothesis and get into the shoes of that person who has to open a retail store. That decision is very important decision. You will take reject the null hypothesis. I mean to say, you go and build a retail store, or you accept the null hypothesis. You will not go for that. So, Bindu, hypothesis, Bali saying reject. So people have different opinions here. Okay, thank responses. You must have thought it. And I'm saying, since to basic concepts, again you have time to start responding, because if you're not responding, I am that you are not up to the mark. So please start responding to the questions so that you can. Yeah, I'm coming to that. So basically, we got this number 5001, and if you will compare the 1001 here, first segment, you will see that 5001 is more than 5000, not 5000. So it's satisfying the equation. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we will first line, we will look at the null hypothesis and we'll see that 5001 is 1000. So it is not getting satisfied. This is against null hypothesis. But we need to think twice, thrice, 4 times before rejecting the null hypothesis. Because rejecting means going for an action, going for building that retail store where you have to invest a lot of money. Yes, this is an evidence which is in favor of null hypothesis, but you need to see this evidence is strong enough to reject the null hypothesis. All will agree that is strong. Where Misi has come from? Yeah, that does not matter in case of hypothesis testing and normal distribution. You can put equal anywhere, because in normal distribution you will see 1 point. If you talk about 1 point, the area of the curve will be 0, so it does not have any significance. Here looking for the significant things. Else, Missy? Ankit? Merely explosive, exhaustive. So less than 5k, more than 5k, these two statements should not overlap. Okay, so they overlap between the two statements. Collectively exhaustive means both the statements together should, all the points, both the statements together should not leave anything to discuss about. So, say was not mentioned anywhere. If you at these two statements now, these statements are not overlapping, neither overlapping, and both they will cover all values, all the footprints. Foot. So what I'm saying is, we all agree to the fact that this means which one, this evidence is not in favor of null hypothesis, but this is strong enough to reject decision based on this. Any? Thank you. We need to look for an evidence which is strong enough for us to the null hypothesis. Learn these errors, and one of our friends has indicated this thing that can we also measure the error percentage. So Nagesh mentioned this thing that can we mention type 1 error if we are rejecting the null hypothesis. So how to define this evidence is not strong enough? What do you open the store? In favor of null hypothesis, but it is really not a strong evidence. Basically, it is just one. Don't know if 5050 will be sufficient or 6000 will be sufficient. You don't know about that, so you're not clear about that, and that we want to be clear about. Okay, we want to understand the basic thing. The we are taking long while making this decision. Then hypothesis is okay, but how much error we are carrying, how much risk we are carrying, we all know that we reject or accept, there is some error along with us in that decision. Statistics or analytics is all about if oh, the uncertainty. So uncertainty will be there. So there are, but how to measure error is the question. So if we are able to measure that, that will be the question. So able to find out the type 1 error, rejecting the null hypothesis when actually it is true. It is really called as p-value. So P and cry about p-value. I tried to make very simple for you. P-value is nothing but the error make rejecting the null hypothesis. So type 1 error. Now we'll get value of p. Suppose of p as 20. You get 20%. Rejection or not? Yes. Without creating that retail store, whether you will go for that. 20 chances, there are 20% chances that your decision is wrong. It is build that retail store. Not going for this decision, and there are people who are going for that decision. So it's simply, so we are talking only business here. We are not talking mathematics. So per person from business to business. How much appetite you have? If you have risk appetite, you might accept this value and you might reject the null hypothesis and you will go and build. So so you would find out the p-value and then decide about that. But what is the industry practice? What we follow? Industry finds this p-value to be big. Is considered to be a very big value. 20% error, 20% chances of is a big thing. It won't allow you to retail store. That will cost you a lot of money. And there are 20% chances that only 80% chance that it will be successful result. Considered to be a big p-value. Again, it's on you. In 5% of error you can carry with you. So I will define another called significance level. Significance level which is different industries for different companies. Depend their risk taking abilities, depending on their abilities, depending on their risk appetite. But it is 5%. P-value, then you compare P-value with the significance level. If value is significance level, we say that the p-value is very significant and we say the null hypothesis. P-value is less than significance level. We significant. Let me not include very here. So we call p-value to be significant and we reject the null hypothesis. So if the error
is like say 2%, then we always had the evidence which we have found out is strong enough to reject the null hypothesis, because this p-value calculation involves this XR as well. It involves everything. So you need not to look for many things. You need not to look for many parameters. You only need to look for one statistical parameter, which is p-value, that help you in evidence which you might whether it is strong enough or not to reject the null hypothesis. This level, Raj, we decide from business to business. It is about our risk-taking appetite. So it all depends on your risk appetite. For businesses, it is 5%. So for some businesses, it is 10%. Okay, more than 10% I have not seen. But yeah, some people who are brave enough in the batch, they might for opening the store even at 20% p-value. Decision, it is the decision of the person who is in a decision, who ultimately takes the decision, who has bear all the brunt, who bear the consequences. Mathematics is telling you that there are 20% chances of failure. Yes, you are right. Real hypothesis means we go ahead and set up the store. And something which people take a lot of time to understand. But you people were very responsive. You people uh, discussion, and that's why you need to understand it. I will not be taking any new topic now. Yes. I go any further. Uh, Discuss the rest of the things tomorrow, but class is very connected with tomorrow's class. If you come to tomorrow's class, revisit these concepts, make a good clarity in your head about the value. Otherwise, you will keep getting confused and keep repeating the same concepts. Okay, so try to weave everything together in your before you come tomorrow's class. Come to tomorrow's class. Okay. Thank you so much for your wonderful listeners. Have a good day. See you tomorrow. I can talk. You have 7 years of experience. Experience. Even 11 years of experience. Okay. 11 years of experience uh, is food to get rid of these hands-on things. If you hand any analytics team, you have to help your subordinates with different concepts. Yes, the work pressure in terms of this will reduce. It will that much because you will be handling the teams. You could get rid of these things for sure. P value will take around 20 to 30 minutes. That we'll be discussing tomorrow, Ankita. So to come to your question, so it depends from companies to company, from per person as well. It depends on your if you're a manager, you might be reporting to the director. And managerial positions also differ from companies to companies. If you have like 11 years of experience, uh, you will be handling a team of say 3 people. A organization, 3 to 4 people you will be handling, and you would definitely be required to help your subordinates in interpreting the things, because you will be the one who will be helping in the presentation, and you will be the one who will be making uh, your stakeholders understand what your subordinates have done. So you should have a fair idea about what has been done. You should be able to interpret all the results very well. You should know these concepts very well. So currently, it is very important. Be responsible for your team's work. No more focus on interpretation. Yes. So might not be required to do a lot of data cleaning. As far as the interpretation part is concerned, as doing business with the outside, that is more important. Okay. So whatever we are discussing in the class, just don't think that anything is irrelevant to you, or you and might not be using those things. You focusing on each and everything equal priority be helpful for you, because 11 years of experience is not a big experience. Yeah, again, your team can do the visualization on Tableau, but it will be you who will be able to understand what actually the customer wants. It's, so all need to marry the from the tool and the requirement. These you have to marry every time. Yes, hands-on things as well, because people always prefer the managers who have gone through hands-on things in the past. You might not be doing that, but your teammates might be requiring your assistance for that. So not be doing it very rigorously, but you should have the understanding. Thank you. And don't worry, keep asking me questions. Go use time and again if you're finding it difficult. Study the book as well. Hard point. First, go through the videos, go through the problems which I have shared with you. Just get through with those things, then go for the book. Otherwise, this book, these whatever books I have suggested, those books are very bulky books, and you might uh, get lost in the jungle. These 1,000 pages, these 2,000 pages. Okay. So it's go, but only after complete understanding, complete clarifying your parts from my classes. become confident with these videos. Whatever questions I have discussed in the class, solve these questions, because I don't want you people to confuse. Mita, starting class I want to attend, and no. Starting classes, Shushmita, you can get access to from the downloaded videos. You can download the videos from the LMS, and for that you can get in touch with the technical team of Simply Learn. Those people will help you understand how to download those videos. Okay. Any other, Shushmita? I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Suchi, thank you. I guess you people don't have any questions, so let's close today's session. But before you close your laptop, request you all to participate in the survey, which is very important for both of us, as well as for you. Yes, right. Happy to answer. Okay. In price, you have to keep P as capital. It will capital P I C E. It is sensitive. And then you can get the video of first 3 sessions from your MS. You need to log into that portal, and then you need to download it from there. And for further assistance, you can reach the technical team of Simply Learn. Try to get certified team as well. Get certified at @simplylearn.com, and you can get access to that. Look. I want, so you were not there in the previous classes. I think you can get 10 rows as well. You only need to mention comma and 10, but get the 6 rows only. So Lokesh, before you come to tomorrow's class, go through the codes which I have discussed, so that you are very comfortable in tomorrow's class. Okay. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.